Слушай, а может не надо? Слушай, а может не надо?
Это очень неожиданно.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs? And that's right, funky baby. And you just stood there, one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams, and the act is wearing thin. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy. Everything. The pale and the isolas. On the surface, the outer magnetosphere, burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. For you're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown? Who are you kidding? Your mind is what now? I can't hear you. The rest is just a word dream. jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Скоро он сейчас в 5 утра проснется. Ну, в 7 хотя бы.
Good going, buddy. Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
О боги.
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more.
О, не-не-не-не-не, электрохимия, фу.
Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Of course, Martinez is Speed Central. You and Speed will be happy again. You will make her come home.
Нет, я не то
This time it will be
выбрал.
different.
Нет, я думаю, я соглашаюсь с этим. Блин. Ой. Ну, в любом случае, спида я не пойду доставать. Попробую еще раз кран починить.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Ага. Еще не могу. Так, сегодня холодно. Так, ну главная цель моего детектива на сегодня это найти 11 реалов. 11 реалов и 7 центимов. О, там открылось. Этот значок явно говорит о том, что мне надо с ним поговорить. Или что он говорит с кем-то. Да, вот.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. Everything points to the dock workers union. The belt used for hanging him, the circumstances, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway.
Can I help you?
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome. No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
Понимаю.
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Так, не хочу я с ними разговаривать. Очень не хочу. Пока что. О, кстати, может быть, я вот это могу проверить.
There are several footprints in
Нет,
the
не
mud,
могу.
left by work boots. Anywhere
Так, а эквилибристика... Так, вообще, что мне доступно? Зеркало... Значит, полицейского. Могу попробовать.
tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught.
Так. Эквилибристика -2. Давай сниму всякие шмотки, которые мешают эквилибристике.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Да ё-моё. Ну, поди ты уже вперед, разбейся.
Nope, no, that's still too high. What were you?
Sure. Just be careful, okay? Looks like you almost strained a muscle there.
Ой, болит. Но мне это электрохимия, но... Так я хотя бы выгляжу прилично. Так, нужно узнать про наркотрафик. У кого-то из них. Из работяг.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind? Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Just be straight with him.
Просто будь с ним честным. Хорошо, я буду честен.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
Что ж, ладно, я был с ним честен. Надеюсь, он тоже был со мной честен.
for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
Срань! За что люди шлют голосовые?
God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine. Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so the strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so. Apples? Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Ну ладно.
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow.
There's your in. Take his side in this particular fight. He eyes you wearily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then, damn, it didn't work. You should have signaled you're a nationalist before.
I don't know shit, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost since he left. I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Я тоже так думал, тоже так знал. Я уверен, что это он.
That's the one. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. Is your man alright? 100%. He's a lorryman selling his employer stuff. Broke the seals on his human auxiliary. No doubt he's selling drugs too.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what...
Guess so.
Так, авторитет внушения плюс.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers.
that's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
Realizing he can't get out of it.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up. It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no
Я
lady.
упустил, что? Антенна радиопомех.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I have.
It could be. She was strange.
All right. I scored. Let's get the.
Ладно, не буду его больше доставать. Но что-то мне кажется, что это та девка, которая перчатки дала. Почему-то мне это так кажется.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time? Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez. What are we going to do to you?
Why did you say that? Did you forget you're a cop? Again?
The union isn't going to do anything to you. If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But
Ладно, это не она. Но похоже, я опять все запорол. Упс. Так, ну знаешь что-нибудь про ту тетушку?
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. I don't want to talk about that.
Ладно.
The man taps his fingers.
Никто не хочет говорить о ней. Очень не хочет.
Looking for something, Aunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? I don't know what you're talking about. Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air. A dark gong. It looks like the lieutenant has a plan.
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
Окей. Внутреннее чувство не обмануло в этот раз.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I softened him up as best I could. Now, be careful. This man's still got some fight in him by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him.
Фу. Я сумрак еще и занизил, да? Так. Не думать про сумрак. Не думать про сумрак. Есть еще что-нибудь для сумрака? -1 сумрак нашел. Отлично.
Looking for something odd? Come to
Вот
tell
это
me
уже
to
более
fuck off
реальные
again?
шансы.
The main thing
Yeah.
is to not overdo it, even when you're trying to scare someone. The most important thing is, how does it look on your resume?
Нет, кости все сломали. Ой. Ладно, я жалкий коп. Почему буферится каждые 5 секунд? А я не знаю, потому что Twitch хуета. Twitch. Тройки. Не знаю, я зашел, у меня ничего не буферится вообще. Ой, где дополнительно? Статистика видео. Размер буфера 2 секунды. Вроде как все норм. Ой, ладно. Жалкий коп.
Make me runt.
We'll just have to ask someone else about the lady driver. Let's go.
Все, ладно, полицейская волна лучше. Наверное. Че я еще менял? Рубашку. Ох, вейт. Ну там минус внушение. Я не хочу минус внушения. Это ужасно. Вот этот чувак сговорчивый. Очень.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
Не.
Sorry. Busy surveying the situation. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Wiretapping, telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending to infiltrate harbor machinery. Maybe you could even knock that.
Какое у меня было мнение насчет этой игры? Я ничего не понял. Когда я первый сеанс играл, там несколько часов, я вообще ничего не понял. На второй сеанс меня затянуло.
Or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right?
Because we don't. We don't have air support or any of those other things.
I get it. Hush hush about the secret technology.
Something changes in his disposition. A merciful smile in the corner of his eye.
All right, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there, out of solidarity to the RCM. It's low in technology, however. First, don't fight him, obviously. Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically grovel. That's how I do it. You're welcome.
Спасибо, чувак. Я к ней напрямую не полезу. Она закопает и убьет его. Кто еще что-нибудь может знать? О, а ты кто такой? Ну ладно.
Vigilance officer.
Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much.
This was a tremendously useful...
Собака. Пойду поглажу ящик.
The dented yellow milk. The box seems happy. You see a set of tire tracks.
Как попасть на крышу? Оу, они разбили стекло? Или что это? А, это мисочка на полу, окей. Может быть, она что-то знает?
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of...
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And the manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is...
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
You hear that? Someone's missing. There could be foul play afoot.
Окей. Обожаю пропавших без вести. Обожаю.
That's right. Now skip the foreplay. Time to dive into the dark alleys. Doing some good will alleviate the hangover. At least you're of use to someone.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about. Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case. I hope I've been useful. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps.
The waterlock, that was broken. Could this be it?
О, ну не зря же я вчера на шлюз сходил.
Oh my. What happened to the waterlock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extreme insect.
Окей.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he... Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Давай, говори, почему телефон не работает?
I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers. Who told you that? Fine, yeah, it looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers.
He's exhausted from years of dealing with the assholes. That's why he's trying so hard not to be one too.
If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
Так, экспа. Тык. Помидоры. Экономит. Мужик явно экономит. Раз тонко режет помидоры. Коммунисты! Неужели кусты боярышника? Что?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Еще не время.
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring.
Так. 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 Спиды. Фу. Спиды, фу. Я тупо ищу криптозоолога. Криптозоология. Он занимается бесполезным хобби, точно. Ага, понятно, ладно, ничего нету интересного, окей. Маслом вниз.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. 2 ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open, and thus out of order.
Yola!
Just some tasteless advertising at the bottom of a canal. No use rubbernecking now. Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard.
Ладно, мой персонаж не по этой части, мой персонаж по части выплакать из людей все тайны мира. А, точно, я же хотел двери помучить. Помучить двери, узнать, кто перерезал телефонный кабель. И что еще? Тук-тук. Закрыто. Тук-тук. Кран. Зеркало, нифига. Концептуализация. О, сюда нужно сходить. Куно, эмпатия. Легендарно. Ладно, пойду докопаюсь до Куну опять. Ким меня явно будет за это ненавидеть, но... Мне же нужно выяснить, что с пацаном. Зачем он на метамфетамине сидит? На мете сидит. Она меня бесит, как она туда забралась. Эмпатия. У меня нет ничего для эмпатии. Какой ужас. Сколько там надо? 14 надо. У меня на 5. Минимум 9 нужна, но ёла!
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno-S. Kuno-S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno-S was the one who wound him up and directed him. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses and says murder was the case that they gave her. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But what?
Окей.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper pig.
This is it. You've got him. But
Так.
be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Я не уверен, что это правильно. Но попробую внушить ему, что он поддается чему-то влиянию, он бунтарь, он не должен.
It's okay. The pigs trying to pit us against each other. Not gonna let him do that.
Ну ладно.
Idiot. You bungled it. That's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say. You should understand. I got you this far. I couldn't get you all the way.
Try to fuck my Kuno! Try to fuck my Kuno away! Me and Kuno are tight. We ride for life.
Мне нужно качнуть эмпатию на разочек. Сколько мне до уровня? 32 очка. Качнуть эмпатию и пойти до Куна опять. Это надо записать и сделать. Качнуть эмпатию и пойти к Куну.
Kuno doesn't.
Так. Окей. Надо вот это продолжить качать. Королевство совести. Надо с кем-то 27 минут поговорить. Например, с головомером. Только надо приодеться. Концептуализация. Где? Я буду с ним максимально тактичен. Я задавлю свой авторитет. Что? Концептуализация +2. Надо принять его правила игры. И тогда мне не придется лезть за своим плащом через ограду. Может быть. А может быть, нет.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
You are obviously a liberal, Sailite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of mycotechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on? Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Mao, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a common result of inbreeding. A receding genetic pool has led them out on reprehensible street parades in mound cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats. The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the other large Mondial civilization, the Mesque, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum. As proven by the Maun and the Mesque, Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Semenese and the Areopagite are on the ascent.
Продолжаем впитывать мудрость. Евгеники.
The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Semenese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Semeno-Areopagite or Simeopagite super race. That is all. There are no more type A races in the world.
Nature was not capable of more.
Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Koikos and the Vacholier, they are mud-colored people.
Это он про себя.
To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white
Да
and
нет.
pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see.
Или
They
да.
are of an indistinct muddy color, and so is their skin. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking alcohol and smoking the degenerate tobacco and for eating potato. The Koiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates. The Vacholians, halfway between type A and the racial cauldron, too mixed to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet. Chips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me.
Так, это жалкие, исполненные страданий существа, которых милосерднее было бы усыпить. Твой бесполезный интерес не беспокоит меня. Так, понял. Хорошо, значит, это мусор, и мне о них знать не надо. О себе, о Киме.
It would be cruel to entertain ourselves with their deformities. Were there you understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery.
Ну это слишком прямо. Окей. Я с тобой, большой парень.
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to...
Современная расовая теория. Манутый абсурдом. И мне нужно завершить. Насколько она долгая? 1:40. Но мне для этого нужен уровень. Какой ужас. Но я хочу еще и прокачать что-то. Ладно, я надеюсь на то, что я за сегодня успею получить 2 уровня и поговорить с ним. Ужас. Дверь все закрыта. А лом? Лом. Лом не помог. Куда я могу пойти? Попробую в солнцезащитных очках что-нибудь накопать интересное. Или... Так, понял.
Shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. What?
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with...
Может быть. Давай попробуем.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals.
Hey, at least it might actually offer some protection against the sun. Not like those cheap plastic shades.
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No
Плюс 1
problem.
восприятие.
Let's get you some real
Это
shade.
интересно, но у меня нету денег на них. Просто нет. Ладно, обратно переоденусь. Полицейскую одежду. И не буду гасить свое внушение. Так, сколько там еще? Сумрак. 16 минут.
You're back. Good. Word has traveled, yes, but nothing of real substance has surfaced yet, I gather. Wild Pines has eyes on the intersection, but not ears.
It appears we are being monitored every step we take, colleague. Did we have any other business here?
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscraper, mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off. Splat, splat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the...
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it. All right. What next? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Так, видимо, к ней надо... Ух, ё-моё, страшно. Зайду-ка к коммунисту.
Give me a moment. Ask away. Oh, no.
Делать у него нечего. Ладно. О! Что тут нужно? Концептуализация или что?
Just an ordinary war. Nothing to see here.
Даже если я все надену, это у меня будет плюс 2, плюс базовая 3. 12 невозможно. Буквально. Так, я тут закон. Авторитет нельзя терять.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to crime.
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if...
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the book.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Я очень хочу посмотреть. Random.org. Портить все или нет? Портить все или нет? 1 портить, 2 не портить. Время открывать.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the pet...
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the cut. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please, you do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the Thank you.
What are you, a coward?
There is something mysterious about the curtains. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets.
I warned you, you're unleashing forces beyond your understanding.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and what if you just break it down? Only an echo. No one is there. A hollowed out, dark echo. That's right. Take in your surroundings. You need to have a solid ground and a proper posture if you want. The room is dimly lit and littered with old barbershop rubbish. It's made of a solid block of wood, but it has stood there for ages. The hinges are old and coated with a carmine layer of rust. It should be doable.
Возьму-ка фонарик. Он явно мне пригодится тут, раз помещение плохо освещено. Он явно тут нужен. Whoa.
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colors do something important, something murder-related. There's always something important. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Kanema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
You want to take a closer look? Yes, an extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
We are not going to, though, because this is clearly a sports motor carriage.
Хорошо.
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
7.2. Supercharged.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
Oh.
Kingdom of Conscience.
Так, что это мне дает?
The kingdom of conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself.
О, неплохо, я теперь могу хилиться в диалогах. Отлично. +1 к боевому духу. Сила воли. Лимит повышен до 5. Раз, два, три, 4, 5 и +1 у меня откуда-то еще. И логика. Логика, аж 5 очков могу вкинуть в нее. Anyway, мне надо расовую теорию потом подумать куда-нибудь. А пока я хочу взять фонарь.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a metallic drawer, slide. It's robust, weatherproof, and well, lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out toolbox.
Так я могу с ним ходить и изучать места, которые я еще не изучил в темноте. Это круто. О, даже так. Мне его стоило взять, возможно, в первый день. И походить, поизучать все вокруг.
heavy door with a missing handle stands before you. That's right, steady breathing. The room is dimly lit and littered with old barbershop. It's made of a solid block of wood, but it has stood there for ages. The hinges are old and coated with a carmine layer of rust.
Хоть что-то получается. Ай.
You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Так. Следующий кадр, он повешенный.
What is this place? Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a faint beam of daylight falling from the window. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's closed.
Логично.
No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one.
Так, а кто я вообще по сути? Я сильный. И я сильный. Сильный ментально. Духом меня не напугать. Мячик.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn its 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Why does it feel so familiar? No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against them, a memory from another life, when you were young and fit.
Ну вот, старик опять о своем. Духи, где вы? Ё-моё. Но у него рука хотя бы назад не отворачивается, и то радует. Деньги! Это очень странное место, я не знаю, что о нем думать. Возможно, тут еще деньги. Ой-е. Найс. Эмпатию. Качну эмпатию и пойду. Хакуна.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework.
The radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
What he means is that these things cost money. Why would anyone just leave it behind? This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream.
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. That it's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old.
Good morning. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne. Now please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now please tell me the reason for your call, Fortress Accident. The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password.
You should ask her for a hint.
No. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder, Fortress Accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that. Unless...
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning...
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you? Thank you, and good...
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering.
Ну да, сам себя не похвалишь, никто не похвалит.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strange.
Так, что я точно знаю, это то, что я здесь проведу много времени, поэтому я возьму, разблокирую ячейку и начну думать над расовой теорией.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh, radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Ilmara. All of this is gone, left unrealized.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age. The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: Call in, tune out, Wirral untethered, and Heat Death of the Universe. The full text reads, Heat Death of the Universe is the new black. Another note says, This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, see the prod schedule. The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine. A pinned postcard reads, the heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs these lithe, pointy-eared creatures. Appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured one of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be its Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Tuorg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin, green welkin, dread welkin, and the high welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures. Political commentary. That one has a great beard too. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. This looks like concept art for a project. Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All...
Okay, what do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it. I think...
like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Indeed, those welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the We World board game, with hit death thrown in. No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with... But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in a game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. He's a little. Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divide.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
Эльфийские ботинки.
The worn map features the patchwork grid. An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens. Still nothing. Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts.
Can you please try to refrain from making random? Why do you think there's something on the other side necessarily? In any case, there's no way we can get in right now.
Полечусь, и нужно взять лом. Явно нужен лом.
As before, an iron.
Не лом, болторез.
As before, an iron safety.
Ладно. Возьму дальше свои заметки. Где мы? Не знаю где, но я получил деньги. Мишка. Это холодильник в виде мишки.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you. From a glossy, the paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
Это явно про Куна.
You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Suliswaf.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter. It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge. Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property. That's a plausible hypothesis.
Кабель. Куда идет кабель? Кабель идет удивительно, но сюда. Две ржавые винтовки.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look? Sure. Okay, here's some more rifles. None of these seem to be working. And oh! An old Belmagrave rifle. That's rare to find in such good order. Seems to no longer be functional, but still rare. Here.
This should cheer you up.
It's yours, officer. You found this place. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say.
He likes this find.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand crank. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet. And what better to assuage the creeping sense of failure? You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get. No, this is going to need something else. Some kind of super pry bar. Don't even try to open it. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand.
Но обычная монтировка тут не поможет. Давай возьму оба инструмента.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine.
Понял. Эта монтировка сломается.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black something close to you dies with a sock.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Подвал. Монетки!
This orange machine is dead. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dream. It's all gone now. You'll never be. What better to assuage the...
Так, а черный кабель куда уходил?
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony. It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's come. The echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying.
What are you doing? Wait, really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs. We should ask the lady in the bookstore what's going on with these curtains.
Так, подожди. В смысле, что за занавесками? Мы же и так уже сюда попали. Как иначе мы сюда могли попасть? Я что-то не понял.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint. 3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild soul.
What are you doing? Please wipe your face clean, officer.
These 3 stripes give you strength in this dangerous realm. It would be foolish to...
And this protects you.
Окей.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Так, ну все же, для чего черный... А, слушай, свет что ли выключился? Нет. Куда уходит черный кабель? Непонятно. Ладно, я его включу обратно, наверное.
Only the red cable is plugged into an electric sizzle. The room is slightly... The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge slowly melting. The power has been cut off.
Экономия должна быть экономной. Так, ничего я тут еще не найду. Нет, по-видимому, нет. Там вроде был выход. Пойду схожу в него. Ну ладно.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. I suppose it's all over now. Just a door? This place is cursed, Detective. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Just look, I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me.
Host Almighty, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the door. Blessed be your name.
Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman. All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. We are set on...
Her facade has dropped. Now you see the cure.
But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity? Yes, the malignant entity that lives inside the chimney. It takes the shape of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she knows more about the curse than she lets on ever since I first saw her. Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains upstairs. God knows what she's... Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe you could...
Despite his cool, the lieutenant's interested in solving this mystery too.
Безумие заразительно. Так, я еще не усвоил эту штуку, нет. Ну, я пойду куплю шапку. Шапку вместо этой. С ней я смогу лучше видеть в темноте.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you...
Sporty and practical, officer.
thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimneys.
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound...
After you, officer.
Окей. То есть, когда я стучался, никто не решался открыть. Окей. Странно. Кстати, а что у меня по восприятию? Восприятие 6. Ох ты ж, ёх ты ж. Ты явно какой-то гейммастер.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now.
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with a ring. Her bones light, but her hands strong.
Oh.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
This person means you or no one else. Absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly.
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
Мы находимся в центре домового котла. Центрового... Ага.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about. Does it mean she's unlawfully occupying a part of the house?
Creative.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific? It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
You should have known it.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since. There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course, and naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Really? Anyway.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
Так.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Weirdo. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be the usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest. Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important. Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The result is 1 on a 20 side. The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revoshow ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas. There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Fritta does the same thing.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Revoshow ICT. And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either. And eventually, Revoshow ICT lost the price war to its rival, Class A 5000. Class A 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece. Out of regular, maybe, because the taxidermist who made it, he said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion. Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
Maybe this wise and noble beast.
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited, but it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Little sparkling embers under the window.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I'm good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow?
Так.
All right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it? Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. And it...
Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
Фу. Нужна, наверное, очередная порция чая. Определенно.
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be...
She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Самое обычное.
A normal die? I'm a novelty dice maker. I don't make normal dice. Polyhedral dice. Dice that have more than 4 sides. Octahedrons, trapezohedrons, dodecahedrons. But also barrel dice and teeter-totter bows. Come on now, be a little creative. I think I have just the right one for you.
Police colors.
Not the most original, I know, but sometimes the obvious choice is obvious because it's best. Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
Mr. Smooth moves. You snatch the dice out of the air with one hand, just like you're in a movie.
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay, and the blue one is the inverse. I believe these dice are your lucky charm, officer.
She winked back at you. Can you believe it? You truly are Mr. Smooth Moves.
You definitely need luck in Martinez. Was there anything else?
Так, косточки. Так, ну-ка. 20-гранные игральные кости. Ага. Если бросить их и прищуриться, можно представить, как приезжаешь на место примечания, чтобы посмотреть доступные белые проверки. Хорошо. Эти кости мне явно что-то дали. Ладно, давай попробую я еще раз пароль ввести.
Tiles on the cube are still small. The speaker comes.
Good morning. Please repeat. Is this the product good? Please repeat the past. Still no. Précis fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still small. The filament slides out of its glowing nest. Nothing happens. Like a smooth draw. Nothing happens. The filament slides.
Окей, я не знаю, зачем он. Он явно нужен, но я не знаю, как его пока прочитать. Поэтому пора валить отсюда. У меня проверка доступна стала. Карта. Значит, полицейского нет. О, еще 9 минут. Я могу пойти поговорить с головорезом, с головомером. С головорезом говорить не очень хочется.
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. They make a novelty dice maker. Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom?
She's squeezing on the pendant too tight.
Oh!
A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her.
Too many inconsistencies. What kind of talk is that? I am not doing as well as it looks like I am. I only have my Simone's wards to thank for the protection they— Yes, because her business consists of the psychic leech and feeding the curse. I see that you've fallen for her manipulation, detective. The investigation— Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we go now?
Она меня бесит, эта тетка. Прям... и ух. Проклятие, проклятие. Что это такое? Я могу эмпатию сейчас проверить. Это как раз мне что нужно качнуть для Куно? Куно. Эмпатия. Я буду более чутким. Возможно, стоит фонарик убрать. Это как-то да. Хотя пусть светит.
Fuck does Kuno care?
You were too pushy last time. Think this through. Try to really understand. Just look. While Kuno has no problem being near you, she always hides. She came up with that psychopathic scheme. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped. All in all, Kuno respects madness.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But
Fuck you! If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
this is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You can.
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a...
His little green eyes are fixed on yours.
Killing is serious shit. Kuno's always serious about the 488. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
Понимаю. Так. Грядет озарение, я понял.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something certain.
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know. Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got... Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark. Yeah, that's the place. She was just... Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there, I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk. When Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit, doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno, Kuno-S, two of a kind.
'Cause she fucking looks like Kuno. No one knows her name. Kuno told you this shit was Psycho Killer. Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around. Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it. How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. Kuno's got this shit under control. Listen, listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her, you threaten...
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him serious.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand? Alright, now we can do business. Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the... Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. See? It's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The pan buying shit, that's on now too. 90% discount for Kuno's pig. Kuno can flex. Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need.
Ладно, я потом куплю их. Отличные штаны, но я их потом куплю.
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty pope. Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed. Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol?
Like half. A baggie, but like in this vial. Okay, Kuno's listening. Sure, whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything. Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door. police violence style, Kuno style. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here? Okay then.
Kuno doesn't.
Advanced race theory.
И сейчас тут куча дебафов каких-нибудь будет.
Everything is calm in the eye of the
Наверное, по
race
большей
storm.
части
Your mind is
эстетическая.
lucid and
Окей.
bright. The rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You
Понимаю.
held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him.
Так, неудачные красные проверки восстанавливают.
Above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends.
Красные проверки
you
рискованные,
drowned in a
но
neurotoxin.
полезные для меня.
You let misery win.
Окей. Это хорошо. Так, теперь надо... Теперь нужно пойти к большому мужику. А я могу плащ забрать? Плащ, нет, не могу. Ладно. Тим что-то не особо за мной успевает.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Эй, ну, ты будешь крутиться или нет?
There is nothing funky about that. I cannot possibly imagine what else we end.
Ох, ё-моё. Мне явно надо решение. Все спокойно в центре расы будет твой разум прозрачный, чист, сбивающий с толку. Ага, будем честными, довольно великая расовая загадка. Сформулировать ступай на тайна по большей части эстетическая. Всего лишь придумка богачей, которые хотят заполучить наши деньги. Это тоже... Не знаю, все остальное совершенно нужно. Так. Что вы собираетесь заместить жителей Слушай, придумка богачей. Ладно, капитализм это плохо.
Look, babe, the rich man has humiliated and emasculated this couple. He can only think in base materialist categories and feminine abstractions like money.
Но, видимо, я не то подумал.
Rich man really fucked him over, Jean.
His rage is already played out on the stage of history as the grotesque tragedy of revolution. All it can accomplish now is impotent academic text and neurosyphilitic rock and roll melancholy. Impotent class warrior. I take pity on you. You clearly want to enter the harbor bad, like a little boy who wants to go on the potty. I can press the button for you. It will open the door. Very well. You may enter the door once.
Finally. Let's go.
Ох, вейт, а куда мне идти? Сюда, что ли? Вейт, куда я попал вообще? Ох, ё-моё. Какое-то сложное слово.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. After rifling the pages with your thumb, the magazine is divided into several sections. International developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note. Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles that you skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Cape Side apartments of, according to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of international. Why do communists love puerile insults? And they wonder why. Judging from the context, it's something very large and fundamental. You flip back to the front of the magazine. An intricate web, it still kind of looks like for you to discover. Someone close to the victim. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note. On second glance, someone has forgotten to.
It's unfortunate for the union to just leave their paperwork.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside, hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. It appears to be a to-do list written in remember Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, Sweep office floor. More banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it.
What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs, booze, the drawer,
Самоборщик. О, открытки. И еще больше монеток, которые так нужны. О, отлично. Очки без дебафа. Ну, без дебафа для меня. Как бы, кому нужна эта драма? А вот визуальный анализ. Отлично, хилка. Мой плащ, он вернулся! Ура! 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 Ура!
The tarpaulin cloak is still hanging on the railing. The white rectangle. As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours.
Так, а в нем случаем нету? О, трепет. Отлично. Риторика. Мозг бомжа. Отлично. Ладно, надо найти кого-то, кто снимет труп.
Numerous empty wine bottles glisten in the rain. Someone partied really
well. Yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. Yes, this looks pretty advanced, all right.
Так, ну не пропадать же этому добру тут на полу. Ну... Уберусь хотя бы. Ой, еще одна бутылочка. Даже
This
две.
is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads René Arnaud.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and they're spot. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René. René looks like he's about to smile. This photo.
Why did you take that picture of René? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but...
Бутылки, бутылки, собирать бутылки. Тихо, отойди, Ким. Так, а если Рене тут работает, значит он должен был видеть все, что тут творится. Не мог же он просто так тут сидеть. Я в это не верю. Почему все разбрасываются деньгами? Да ё-моё, куда улетают все записки?
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least with great effort. He straightens himself up. A typical power play. Wait for him to speak first. Show him you've got a back. The one good eye of this man fills you up without even flickering. The other, his lazy eye, is constant, grotesquely magnified by his +6 glasses. For a moment, you don't know where to look. It is unbearably humid in the trailer. Beads of sweat slide down the man's forehead. At first, nothing happens. His face wears a wide and self-satisfied. Like a general over his maps, he plots his moves. Judging by the way he's licking his chops, it's going to be a good one.
So, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi, how nice that you found a moment to pay a visit to the Debarders Union. I'm Everard Clare, head of this little operation here. Please, have a seat.
The folding chair looks like a torture device. Extremely uncomfortable.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my... Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat.
He's trying to throw you off your game with this Dubois nonsense. Don't give him the pleasure.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any... Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must...
Don't give up, but don't leave either. You're going to have this conversation on your terms. Everard starts whistling a little worker song. He really is trying to ignore you, or will you out of existence.
Как персонаж говорил в начале, я здесь закон.
The lieutenant stands right next to you, not showing any signs of impatience or boredom.
I see you are an extremely stubborn man, Mr. Dubois. That ain't necessarily a bad thing.
You did it. This might help against whatever comes next.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today? Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is. Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
Are you all right, Harry? You seem anxious. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Oh fuck. It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. Always keep at least 2 barrels loaded. Who does this guy think you are? Ronnie the Rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him. You cross your legs and yawn. The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair than one would think is physically possible. He's good. Now lean in with some corruption.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters. Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
Так. Ой, надо подумать, что тут ответить. Так. Что бойцы, то отличная выдумка со стулом. Прекрасный способ. Благодарю. Всегда приятно, когда один профессионал высоко оценивает работу другого.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law man. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, Detective?
Questions will show him who's boss.
Так. Ладно, поговорим о теле.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
Выполнено секретное задание. Понимаю. Что ничего не связано, столько надо бы всего.
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors. And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colors, Harry. This really is very simple.
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you? He's got another thing coming. Play his game, son, with your eyes peeled. He's going to slip up, and when he does, you're going to come out on top.
Этот дряблый слизень думает, что может тебя использовать. Его ждет сюрприз. Сыграй по его правилам, но держи ушки на макушке. Он оступится, и в этот момент... Чья это дверь?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly.
Когда такие проныры думают, что их не видят, начинают дурить.
Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry? Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and you can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafe.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down. And, Jean, please take it easy with the right sides. He's had enough of that. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you. Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil. Of course, Harry, of course. You're not some kind of a fantastic racist now. And no one's gonna know what you did with race there, Harry. Your race bonanza is safe with me. Word of how racy it got will never leave Martinez. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. Of course, let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. You're among friends, and the good news is...
У него есть документы.
I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask. I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right. I can.
It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Asking too many questions will make you look weak. You should maybe focus on the folder.
It's Harry. Harry Dubois. And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you? Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic. Yes, you seem to be, a lot of the time, but right now there's no reason to be. Let loose a little. Be you.
Самый же... 10 раз извиниться. Окей. Самый жалкий кот на свете. Ладно, эта красная проверка, она похилит мне рассудок.
Everard's large hands are covering the folder, but the look on his face says, I know everything about you.
I'm sure it's not that bad. At worst, he has an old RCM folder, and I very much doubt even that.
Harry, I just know the things that matter to our friendship, and I want you to feel free to ask me about those things. Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me. Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning... Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of...
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Yes, thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you... Now, please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax. I have great guys on this.
It did not come as a surprise to him. He might actually not be bullshitting.
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
Чудесно.
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, now belongs to Everard.
Ладно, он поет песенки, не буду ему мешать. Оу, монетки. Оу, монетки. А, уровень? У меня есть очко уровня. Ну, это хорошо. Так, нужно подумать. Способы косвенного налогообложения. Давай. Сила воли плюс. Нужно быть сильным. Сходить к старику Рено. Сходить к старику Рено. Но сначала снять труп.
The unpromising race pupil returns. So it was. My unpromising race pupil entered the harbor and used my superior to give me orders. I salute your cunning and will remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you.
That would mean you're openly showing the people that you're taking the Union's side.
Так, что ты принял сторону профсоюза? Это значит, что я плохой. Буду говнюком.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
Как он гордо ходит, вытянув плечи, за спину закинув.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
Прям уф, уф, аф, аф, уф, уф, аф, аф.
So, you guys are like cops or something? Cool, I like men with guns and power. I'm Katya, by the way.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Я буду орать, если он сломал трупу шею. Как это планировал сделать я.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish...
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everott's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. Then, the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
Надеюсь, он не пришиб Куна. Он еще может быть полезен.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victim. Farewell, lambs of witch. You are a union.
Так, пойду схожу к трупу. Уровня же у меня нет, уровня нету. Вот этот чувак, что-то мне с ним сказали сделать. Ну, не я.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
На цокольном этаже. Так.
Polar weasel? Oh, I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's actually Occidental, though. So what you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling and rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really... None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what...
Who he is, and what they're fighting for.
We're negotiating our share. Aye. This stuff, they already covered. Never grateful. Were we ever grateful, we'd have nothing. You fight for every piece. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process. No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler... Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. Just the way the world works, boyadero. I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. He's probably in his container at the harbor. So head right on in there. Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, the man sits on the railing, his hand...
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought. Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men.
Understood. This has been of limited use.
No problem. I wish the best to you.
Это были докеры. Это были докеры, и кто-то их подговорил это сделать. Но зачем? На самом деле я хочу уже есть, поэтому стоит сделать перерыв, наверное, небольшой. Так. Надо пойти с Рено поговорить. По поводу фотографии. Он должен был видеть кого-то. О, что это такое? Что-то есть. Картофельным погребом по весне, окей. Яр-яр. О, так. Рено. Здравствуй. Ты как раз вовремя. Я только закончил кушать.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just sure thing. Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
Понимаю. Не один я вспомнил про существование своего канала. Удивительное, однако, совпадение. Так. Ой. Так, я хочу кое-что продать.
Sure. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Открытки. Я забросил Поэ. Я разочаровался в Доте. Я прошел Wasteland 3. Если все подытожить, я разочаровался в сессионках и больше стал играть в сюжетные игры. Естественно, не пирати их. Я же хороший человек. Так. Открытки попродавать, наверное, стоит. Продать все открытки. Гоночки. Я хочу... У меня есть странная мечта накопить на VR. И купить его просто. Купить VR, купить Dirt и погонять в раллийные симуляторы в VR. Правда, для этого еще нужен будет руль хороший. Желательно с сегментальной коробкой. Чтобы можно было сидеть, рычажок дергать. Но ё-моё, сколько же это все стоит? Ужас. Просто ужас. Так. Вот это продать. У меня хватит денежек? Продам бутылки, хватит.
Another time, perhaps.
У Куна за 15 монет я могу купить штаны. Очень хорошие полезные штаны, которые прокачают мне ловкость и грубую силу. Хотя, нужно ли мне это? Возможно, да, но не в текущем финансовом положении. Я подсчитал убытки от алкоголя. Погрустнел. Захлебнулся соком.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you? It's a Bell McGrave, 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made. Good weapon, accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find. Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
She is nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCA.
The lady is Jean-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell was a nobody.
Понимаю.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night.
Okay.
Since last month, no one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officers. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him.
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individual.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiners' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Так.
Look, officer, can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now? Yes, like I said, I would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
У меня нету ничего, что могло бы забафать самообладание. Тут нужно чего 14. Это минимум 2 пятерки надо, чтобы выпало. Это жесть. Но попробуем.
Still, all you see is an old soldier refuses to replace his...
Anything else I can assist you with, officer?
Ладно. Что еще мне следовало сделать? Какие еще проверки есть? Карта. Следы. Ну я же уже достал плащ полицейского. Так, и он радикально подошел к вопросу. Явно, очень радикально.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy. Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his
lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them. There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
Ну ладно.
I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes?
You're being handled. If you resist now, he will turn on his heavy-duty authority mode. You will get your chance to dig in later.
That's right.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is relieved you know the protocol.
Будем нормальным копом. Пока что. Пока надо быть нормальным.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with,
That's you.
the corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there.
KK57. Next. NA. NA. Roughly 50.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything.
Fucky, fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Huh?
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0.
None. At least not after the initial examination. Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
How did you not know that? Aren't you a cop? You're leaving a weak impression here. Say something sure, don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure. A silent nod. The lieutenant placed. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row. Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. The building is tall, 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, Grih.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene. The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short. Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem.
Fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there, steady now, like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
Oh.
After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
as it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia...
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for. ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars. Last item, hands. Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a joke.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to... You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the...
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth hepatobiliary, NA. Same for toxicology and serology, NA. Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there? Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Gastrointestinal. Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too. Not just yet. Let's get what we know it isn't out of the way first. Head, chest and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not... And your opinion, officer?
Так. Под описанием 2 ячейки, в одной из которых нужно поставить предварительное заключение, является... Какое?
Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Ох уж этот Куна. Ох уж этот сорванец. Ух.
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude. Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath the description.
Right. Next, a dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes
Кровопотек на
wait to be
тоже
ticked.
глубина 1
The
сантиметр.
man's
Царапина
head
на...
jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
Так.
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
He's thinking, did I... You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse.
Shoot, loony rooney. Do I remind you of someone? There you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I. Soon.
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area, tiny red lines on the skin above waist.
Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank man.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. The corpse seems to...
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination. And we need to do it fast. Hey, wasn't there a giant ice bear sarcophagus below that building? Now, that's an overstatement. It's not actually for storing cadavers, or at least I hope so. Let's move. With every hour, whatever we are looking for in the deceased.
Окей. Так, для осмотра трупа что мне нужно? Труп. Труп. Повешенное восприятие надо качнуть. Хорошо, давай еще раз прокачаю восприятие. У меня даже 2 уровня. Тогда давай еще один я потрачу на какой-то из этих штук. Я авторитет качну. Потому что могу.
This orange machine is dead still. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the eye... No, this is going to need something else. If you want to try again, turning the crank is all gone. What better to assuage...
Все то же самое, все одно и то же. Холодильник с медведем.
The bear's eyes are dead and empty.
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it's more than big enough and cold enough. Honestly, it's perfect.
Both cables are unplugged. A giant electric mammal awakens.
Great. The owners of this building will just have to keep paying for the electricity sucked up by this monstrosity a little longer. Let's return to the fridge.
The bear's eyes are still glowing.
Of course. I'll take the head. It's not going to be the easy.
The two of you. Easily. The body is heavier than you expected and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get it down to the basement. Then 10 more minutes to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done.
You've definitely earned a drink after this. Perhaps even some pagan rites.
No, not really. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in a nice bare fridge. History.
He means it. He doesn't want to be the ice bear cop.
Did we though? At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting. You touch the dead man's body. His skin is cold, light blue and silvery in the light of...
It'll come to you sooner or later. At least he's safe here until then.
Так, ладно. Качнуть восприятие и посмотреть на труп в подвале. Так, что теперь надо сделать? Ладно, я должен сделать грязную работу. Открыть дверь. Потому что кто, если не я? Тетка читает тут весь день книжку, которая даже не ее. Ой, нет, сюда.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped. The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp. The leather upholstery, in fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling. Finally, the door unlocks with a small... The sound of the key turning still echoes in the yard. Hopefully... Well, buddy, you opened it. No need to go inside. It would... Only curiosity could account for stepping over that threshold. As you hold the open door, you can feel the air moving. A little dry.
Ладно, я не пойду туда. Я сделал свое дело. Я могу пойти за пистолетом. Кстати, можно поговорить с чуваком. Ой, раз уж на то пошло. И, возможно, говорить как можно жестче, чтобы выбесить ее. Ее. Так, давай постельнее оденусь. Нет. Что у меня под дебафом? Эквилибристика минус, ну нормально. Сумрак, полицейская волна. Так, а перчатки мне сейчас на технику. Давай. Нормально.
This is where you say your bit.
He's used to giving orders and having them obeyed immediately. You should not indulge.
Detective.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you. Maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt? Like we use in the harbor? Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang.
Не может быть это все так просто.
As he speaks, his fists contract, going.
We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
They're playing to their considerable strength in numbers. Don't talk about arresting them. You'll only bring attention to your inability to do so.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Kohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade, right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara. Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's slight unease in him suddenly. He regrets mentioning them.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter.
Despite the stonewalling, you can slip one more question in.
What about him?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a hardy boy without arresting all hardy boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them?
Titus, keep addressing him. He wants everyone to know he's in charge.
Who do you fucking think does?
He's so sure it's him. But it's not that simple. There's someone above him, or beside him, sharing the leadership. Hard to say who.
You keep him the fuck out of this. We have autonomy. It's all on us. Evrard runs the Union. I run the Hardy Boys.
You stepped on some big toes there. Tried to take out a satellite. That's not how it's going to go. They'd rather rot in jail than implicate Mr. Clear in this mess.
When Titus Hardy says he runs the Hardy Boys, he means that in an administrative capacity. On that night, everyone acted as one man. You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week. Why not? Yap my ear off. How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse?
For send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life. Oh, so you are just a simple, well-meaning man, eh? Ever been in solitary? Prison is a charter. That's what it is.
He's clearly been in solitary confinement, and at a young age, nonetheless.
So he's hanging a man, slowly, without breaking his neck.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real stiff.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
Какие они токсичные.
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of certainly enough to not put up with this back sass. Deliver a knockdown observation.
Titus, you don't have to...
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others, but... Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, The least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first time being
Так,
questioned.
это, наверное, надо записать. Непробиваемые. Ален.
This little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Always fidgety, yes.
Мутный.
But no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
Жень. Слабый жердяй Ангус. Так.
No. Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. Muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar.
Titus lets the others clear out the details, so he doesn't get his hands muddy with explain.
Like what, Copper?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your station.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group response.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see. Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now.
No. I's here. You got business with my boys.
The boys are too eager to please him to keep their mouths shut. You're gonna get a good head count here. Just wait.
Yeah. You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture. Good. You could take another look at the tracks in the yard, on the crime scene. See if they fit this bun.
Так, ну-ка. Есть что-то на авторитет плюс. Есть на авторитет минус. Так, ну тут сила воли +1 сейчас. Неудачные красные проверки, понимаю. Ок.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right, the hardy boys in the mess hall of Whirling. 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This, 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 43. The inked banger, perhaps. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you... 5. Another standard work boot. Reinforced toes. Number 44. Same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot, but number 41. Small like a rat. Shanky. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the 8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here. That's all? Interesting. Then...
A leader like Titus doesn't let one of his guys out of sight easily, especially at a time like this.
Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy Boy. Wonder who he is. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
He regrets it the moment he says it.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer.
The lieutenant clearly appreciates the chance to clear up the drummer issue himself.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
He doesn't seem to hear you, looking south toward the traffic jam instead.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a...
Кстати, я же качнул восприятие, или нет? Карта. Нет, не качнул. Еще 2 пункта, и я смогу.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo. It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Anything else? Us lorry drive, not my thing.
What's better than chasing? He tries his best to look.
Can I help you? Another thing, yes?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy, there's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her. She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy.
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your...
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Bam.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing,
Отлично.
drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar? You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was... You seen Apricot, old Purdue's daughter? Asks Lieutenant McCoy. Replies Torson. The ass on that one. McCoy shakes his head in appreciation.
Huh? You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
Speak for yourself, buddy. We've been giving a shit for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't...
Congratulations on the graffiti removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties, while...
So what? What do you want from...
Don't let him drink that. One more point. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Так.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up. But
you want to talk to her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you talk to... If you don't, if you question her, harass her...
What is her name?
Clausia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the working rags. A real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit. Blonde. That's I'm on due.
shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Тяжело, тяжело.
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Ну ладно, по крайней мере, похилюсь, если провалюсь.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fit.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions.
Whatever you do not tell him you know her. That would sound
Так.
off.
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know.
Here you go, boss.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her.
Something is off here. His anger is...
Was like that karaoke incident all over again.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your...
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
Все, я понял, Тит. Я не буду.
Officer, what was that? Yes. The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her? Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. Okay, that's manageable. This is unprofessional. Not sharing information with me is unprofessional.
His opinion of you has low.
Упси. Я нечаянно. У меня есть 1 очков навыка.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red.
Так, восприятие. Бам.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse. Your arms reach out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark.
What's this?
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. They are swollen shut. You need to really push to get in. Only the little one fits. The flesh changes shape as you bore in. The thing you're looking for, it's not there. Crawl out, spider. The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the... You're on the right track. The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, delicate to touch. From the soft meat, can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your naked hands and studded with teeth. Looks like you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4. A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. Your fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The lieutenant answers with a sound. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes... All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him. The cartilage gives in with a crack, like some fruit. Just like that, your hand is in his head. Sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin.
Что это?
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat with a plop. Your hand emerges from the mouth, covered in blood up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower.
A bullet.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic.
A non-caliber. Rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact. Of course. You've earned it. We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasive high velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound? Opinion, fatal injury. And one last thing. We should amend injury number 3. Ligament mark. New opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. I did not just come up with this. I have had my doubts since we found no signs of struggle on his wrist. No claw marks on his neck. Why? Why didn't he fight for his life? There have been other signs too. Small details. Everything is too neatly designed for us to assign probable cause here, as we did, full-heartedly. Well, no more.
We almost fell for it, he thinks. Almost.
That's for us to find out. But this, yes, we should take a closer look at it.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
Oh, you really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. To hide something. We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day. Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great.
The word lingers in the air of the basement. Far away, ice cream makers are buzzing, and the sea wind blows outside. Detective.
О, Ким похвалил его. О. Так, ладно. До конца дня осталось еще не так долго.
All right. I will need a little help carrying him. You take...
Пусть снова везет, а я пойду поговорю про вопросы мироздания, сдам бутылочки. Займусь тем, чтобы персонаж мог ночью поспать спокойно в кровати своего номера. Окей, что я имею? Пуля.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag, bearing the arc. Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny... The squashed bullet has some sharp edges, where the squished little thing has... I know. You should find the gun that shot this bullet. That sounds like something a police detective would do. First, you should learn all you can about this little... Then find the gun that shot it, and the person that gun belongs to. He used it to kill your victim. The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in. The core is lead. The brass jacket probably didn't cover the entire bullet. Otherwise, the softer metal wouldn't have expanded quite like that. You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments far away. Lieutenant Kitsuragi is flipping through stations in his Kanima. He is not here examining the bullet with you. He...
Понял. Потрогать пулю, когда Ким подойдет. Пойду помоюсь. Пока мне еще не закрыли номер. Нет. Так, починить я могу?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Не могу.
In it, your face, adorned. This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world. Ah, that soap scum smell. It's the bathtub slowly fills. The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely, and so tired. Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside. They're not even really thoughts, just assorted sensations. None of them acute enough to focus on. You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature. Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools. What are you doing? You're not some fat fish in a fucking aquarium. Time to get moving. The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
Техника. Бам!
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well.
Ну ладно. Я же мог перчатки одеть. Почему я этого не сделал? Ладно, на ошибках учатся. Что я могу еще сделать пока что? Мусорный бак. А, точно, к бабуле пойти. Или к ней. Ладно, к ней
The
надо
door
зайти.
is closed.
Who is it?
Somewhere, not far from here, the lieutenant is preparing her file. Clausia Amandu, he writes. You realize the detective should be here for what comes next. It could prove dangerous to go.
Понял. В одиночку не пойду. Ладно, видимо, тут ничего нету интересного. Так и быть.
You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache.
Ой, я тут могу время. Давай поразмышляю о важном. Что у меня тут качается что-нибудь? Да, качается. Часик подумаю. А вдруг это что-то даст?
You finally stop picking your nose.
Окей. Зайду в магазин, задам бутылочки, потом туда-сюда, обратно. Нет, это женщина. 8-й вешатель — это женщина.
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the machine. And
Ты стал богаче на 1,5 реала. Так, зачем я пришел сюда? А, денежку ему дать.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Так. Так, какой-то...
More lessons in basic reality? Are you sure you're okay? The pale is the most achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more. What do you think, Detective? Oh no, Detective. It's not. One of the few. An intuitive conclusion of that. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, I suggest
Off we go. You see that?
one and all.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Yes. Is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not? Then tell me, what do you think of?
Your alien
You really didn't know. This steal your.
some of that.
Even if we have to do it one basic term at a
Так,
time.
ладно.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Я не могу найти эту
Least
проверку
that I
силы
know.
воли.
Anything else? You have.
Finally, time to choose sides.
Я, правда, забыл, братья кто? Они, возможно.
Of course. He must have his practical uses. How else could he have kept his position all these years? Or wait, actually... He could have kept it with corruption. Fantastic, worm-like corruption that reaches into the bowels of the earth. Of course. I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a worm myself. How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious?
Tell her, she'll.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
Oh. That's so helpful of him. So very, very helpful. And how is that going? Do you have any leads on that gun? Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard? Weird. Oh no. One of the positive things to come from the revolution, which isn't to suggest our talks constitute Of course, Detective. Until then, is there anything I can help you with? Of course. Of course.
You don't have to tell her you met Everard right away. There's time.
Так. А где самосуд? Ладно, про самосуд ничего нет. Что ж. В принципе, я не знаю, чем еще можно пока заняться. Да и как-то... Возможно, на сегодня хватит с меня. 5 часов интриг, расследований и убийств. Этого вполне достаточно.